Good morning. Let me take this time and welcome the members of Parliament, their support staff, radio listeners, TV viewers, and everyone who's watching by whichever means, social media and the media as well. We are here for the continuation of the urgent meeting. Number 20 today, Friday the 2nd, 2024. I take this time to welcome the Honorable Minister Lyndon Lewis to Parliament and his support staff too as well. We have established a quorum of 10 members. Let us please stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. I have received notice of absence from the following member, Ludmilla De Weaver. And as I take notice, I see no one for notifications. Yes? I will give the floor now to Member of Parliament, MP Westcott Williams, for notifications.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, those in the Tribune, as well as our minister and his entourage. Mr. Chairman, I kind of looked around because I remember as chairperson receiving a notice of lateness from MP Jacobs. So I just wanted to make sure that that was received by others, including yourself. I just wanted to make note of that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Noted. We also would notch it down that we have lateness from MP Jacobs. I also see that we have notification from the, no? Okay, all right, no, okay, we'll move on. We have also notification from the Member of Parliament, the Honorable Duran. Duran, you have the floor.
Good morning to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Good morning to one and all. Notice of lateness for MP Marlin as well.
I thank you very much. And as you give the notice of lateness for MP Marlin, he's now walking in. Good morning to the Honorable Member of Parliament. I thank you all for the notifications. We have an agenda point, the urgent public meeting, deliberations with the Minister of Justice concerning the alarming rise in crime and the recent increase in shootings. This can be found on IS 193 for the parliamentary year of 2023-2024, dated July 8, 2024. I will now go over to the agenda point. On July 8, 2024, Parliament received a letter from members of Parliament, S.E. Jacobs, the Honorable Member, Duran, the Honorable Member Marlin, the Honorable Member Arian, with respects and a request for an urgent public meeting of Parliament to address the alarming rise in crime, specifically the recent increase in shootings on St. Martin. The presence of the Minister of Justice was also requested. This document is registered under IS 193 for the parliamentary year 2023-2024. The meeting started on Friday, July 19, 2024, during which the Minister of Justice gave a brief presentation on the agenda point. Members of Parliament were allowed to pose questions to the Honorable Minister in the first round. The meeting was then adjourned to allow the Minister time to prepare the answers to the questions posed by members of Parliament. The meeting was convened on Thursday, July the 25th, 2024, during which the Minister of Justice gave answers to the members of Parliament. Questions was posed to the Minister of Justice in the second round. and a motion was presented during that meeting. Today, Friday, August the 2nd, the urgent public meeting number 20 continues. And with that, I would like to take this time and give the floor to the honorable member, to the Honorable Minister of Justice, Lyndon Lewis, to answer the questions the members of Parliament posed in the second round. The Constantine is still there, but I'll give you a break on it. Minister, you now have the floor. I thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members of Parliament. Good morning to my staff here, those in the tribune, and of course, good morning to the citizens and the general public of St. Martin. As we continue with answering the questions, I will, through you, Chair, the question from MP Marlin, who has really taken the decision not to allow any public meetings and gatherings and public events? The decision was taken unanimously by the Council of Ministers to prepare guidelines for the organization of public campaigns, particularly public meetings, given the current violence or shooting situation and security situation that is happening in our country. Was the decision taken by the Council of Ministers or by the Prime Minister alone? As I mentioned, the decision was taken unanimously by the Council of Ministers. 3, were the relevant authorities consulted prior making that statement at the time of asking consultations were still forthcoming? Has a state of emergency been declared? If yes, where is the national decree? If not, why is the Army's assistance being requested? There is no state of emergency declared. However, the request was made by the KPSM to increase its capacity, which I agreed to given the high crime situation, the elections, the hurricane season, and the capacity issues, again, on the police force of St. Martin. Why is the assistance of many police officers from Curacao, Aruba, Sabre, and Statia being requested? With 20 polling stations that need to be guarded and protected, traffic measures, public order, and safety measures next to the normal police tasks, such as 911 calls and investigations, a lot of manpower is needed on election day. With the current capacity of the police force of St. Martin, will not be able to fulfill all these tasks, hence the request for assistance from the VKS, the Kingdom Police Forces, and the Marines, which is a common practice during elections. The SWAT assistance from Curacao was requested for guarded and protection tasks after the shooting incident in Kupakoy. For how long will this be effective and when? There is assistance from the Kingdom partners on the island already for the joint investigation into the deadly shooting and for guarding and protection tasks. Reinforcements for the elections from surrounding islands are expected to arrive on August 17, 2024, and will remain until August 23, 2024. How much will all of this cost, and where will this budget come from? It's to the tune of 80,000 guilders on election day from the General Affairs Algemene Zaken election budget. 60,000 with regards to the SWAT assistance from Curacao, which will come from the budget of the police force of St. Martin. Details of the contract signed by the Minister of Justice, Lyndon Lewis, with a person heavily guarded. That answer is, we were talking about a contract signed with regards to the picture. That is a very old picture, it's more than a year. It was also circulating since around this time last year or even before, where that basically is a contract between me and someone that has nothing to do with my position today as Minister of Justice, and I will not disclose any further information pertaining to a contract that I have personally or had personally with someone. How many LBAs have been signed by the Minister of Justice since taking office? Thus far, if you're talking regarding to LBAs regarding the legal positions, 25 LBs have been signed by my person since taking office as Minister of Justice. Presently, we have a total of 100 LBs drafted that are being processed by the Department of FBB. These 100 will be sent to the governor for signature. Once they are signed, I will sign them off by then. And let me state that many discrepancies have been found that is delaying the process. But we prefer to give out the national decrees that are accurate to minimize the number of appeals and save everyone's time, as has been done in the past. If I'm not mistaken, batch 7 was already sent out to the governor. Batch 8, 9, and 10 has already went through FBB. They send their notices of the discrepancies, such as mistakes in names, or if placements are not there, etc., in order for it to be adjusted. Those LBs was also sent back to the respective departments who made the corrections, and hopefully between today, I think 1 or 2 batches will also be sent to the governor, which is to the tune of 50 employees, as each batch is about 25 LBs. MP Gums, through your chair, why was there no curiosity about the budget or cost of having MPs possibly protected by the police officers or security personnel? A closed-door meeting was held with the members of Parliament. This has opened the discussions for policy, legislation, and budget. Explanation for the lack of action when threats were made against MPs last year. With regards to the threats, I await a response from the OM. As the law is set up, the Public Prosecutor's Office determines if an investigation will occur. The Parliament can change this by amending the law. Through you, Chair, the questions and answers from MP Roseberg. Why are not all 25 ankle bracelets currently in use? And why is the house arrest not being utilized? The application of electronic monitoring and house arrests is governed by specific rules and assessed by the Judicial and Institutional Services Probation Department. The electronic monitoring is recommended for early release, pretrial detention, and conditional sentences. However, only 2 ex-inmates currently use ankle bracelets due to the strict eligibility criteria, such as stable housing, mental stability, and limited capacity for effective monitoring. Most inmates are serving long sentences and have not met the conditions for electronic monitoring review. Additionally, more resources need to be invested to support a larger EM program. House arrest decisions are made by judges based on probation department's advice and are not within the minister's authority. House arrest has rarely been used primarily for medical reasons and not as a replacement for prison sentences. Percentage of signed LBs related to personnel who are actively working versus those that are not working. It was said that the LBs issued are for people that are actively working, but I have also noticed that LBs were also issued to individuals that are not actively working as well. Explanations on how the crime fund has been spent and details on the questionable expenditures mentioned in the Audit Chamber's report. In 2018, the Audit Chamber cited inadequate financial control of the crime fund. In 2016, this report does not represent the funds today. Clarification on support provided to families and communities affected by recent shootings. The services of VSS, this Victim Support Service, have been lacking for many years on St. Martin. As a recent established foundation, they are actively exploring ways to work more closely with all stakeholders. There is a working agreement with CAPSM, and talks are ongoing with other stakeholders to more working agreements. The Victim Support Service can provide emotional support, navigate the various services, and help with the connection of those services. They are also able to accompany persons to court, help with filling out claims that the court awards, provide advice on specific legal matters, and guide them through the process. Additionally, they help negative and mental health system on the island. They conduct case management of the process of all clients and take note of their needs as well as gaps that they have experienced in the process. Explanation of the connection between public order, safety, and public meetings. This connection is influenced by the capacity of the police force of St. Martin and the recent increase in violence in general. Assurance that citizens' democratic rights are not being restricted, and an explanation of the measures taken. The measures has not been finalized as the MR, the ministerial regeling, is still being regulated and consultations are ongoing. However, I assure you that the citizens' democratic rights will not be infringed upon. Details on the emergency meeting that led to the decision to prohibit political supporters from nearing polling stations. A Council of Ministers meeting was held to determine the guidelines for the political campaigning and how we can ensure a safe election. Given the capacity issues of KPSM and the increase in violence, one of the proposed guidelines is the prohibition of political supporters near polling stations. Of course, these guidelines are still under legal consultation, and once finalized, they will be communicated accordingly. As to mention, I do not control how long that will be done. I have done my part as Minister of Justice. The Legal Affairs has to finalize the document. It's been going back and forth with different advices, and hopefully, in short, it will be finalized. Through you, Chair, the question and answers from MP Duran. Is there a bigger threat that is not being communicated to the members of Parliament? There's no bigger threat other than the concerns specified in the closed-door meeting with the members of Parliament and on the floor of Parliament. Has the stance on the July 17 shooting been politically motivated change? To date, there is no evidence that this shooting was politically motivated, based on the fact that that was not communicated with my person. How does the cancellation of public meetings correlate with the shooting event? All measures outlined within the ministerial regeling are linked to safe elections and take into account all the challenges faced by our law enforcement agencies, including but not limited to capacity issues and the rise in crime. Are the members of Parliament and politicians advised not to attend public events? No, such advice has been given, nor will it be given. As always, all citizens of St. Martin, including members of Parliament and fellow politicians, are encouraged to exercise their discretion regarding the places they choose to assemble. Explanation of any alternative measures considering for allowing public meetings safely. All policy options have been considered, and the finalized regulation will be clarified. However, the legal consultation is ongoing. Request clarification on any written advice given by the Council of Ministers before these decisions. No written advice was received. Through you, Chair, the question and answer from the Honourable Member, MP Otley. Inquiry into the stakeholders' consultation and decision-making process. No advice was sought at the time of asking. However, consultations are ongoing. Through you, Chair, the question and answer by the Honorable Member Jacobs, confirmation of the consultations with Justice Chain professionals before making the decision. No advice was sought at the time of asking. However, consultations are ongoing. Explanation of the correlation between the announced measures and public safety. The measures will be outlined within the MR and are linked to having a safe election and to take into account all challenges faced by our law enforcement agencies, including but not limited to the capacity issues and the rising crime. Information on any additional measures to address violence and gun violence. In the presentation, it was already stated that the plan of approach of the police force of St. Martin will entail hotspot, hotshot, and hot times approach based on intelligence, targeted actions and arrest on gun-related crimes, increased surveillance, and traffic controls, preventative weapon control, and an action plan per community by the community police officers. Details cannot be given due to the operational safety. Other measures have to be aligned with the interministerial approach. Request for a clear and immediate response to the motion presented. The motion is Parliament's right, and I understand the concerns presented in this motion as outlined. However, again, the ministerial recalling remains in draft form, awaiting necessary feedback. Through you, Chair, the question and answers from the Honourable Member of Parliament, MP Brug. Status and timeline for the quotation on scanners. The container scan quotation is dependent on a site visit by the supplier. Site is dependent on the area to be made available by Port St. Martin. Possibility of reinstating the zero tolerance multidisciplinary team with the reinforcement in place. Zero tolerance is a concept that uses a multidisciplinary approach together with stakeholders. The police force of St. Martin currently has a team in place that is working multidisciplinary based on the hotspot, the hotshot, hot time analysis, whereby traffic controls and targeted actions are carried out. During the election week, with the assistance of the Kingdom partners, the Voluntary Corps of St. Martin, and the Marines, more traffic controls and targeted actions within specific areas will be conducted. Contribution of the Minister to a plan involving all ministries to tackle rising crime. Yes, crime requires an interministerial approach. The first and foremost warrants research into the cause of high crime, the demographics, and the impact. This is to ensure that it is tackled at the root. Explanation for discontinuing the BOHA program and intentions to restart it. The BOA was placed on hold pending certification of the course outline, which is a requirement. According to the Ministry of Education, certification is vital for continuation. This matter is being worked on. Details on St. Martin's participation in assisting sister islands during elections. The Minister of Justice has not to date received a request for assistance from other police forces within the Kingdom for various public order and safety reasons. However, the Rijkswet-Politie states that the countries have an obligation to assist each other if necessary. Specifics on what public meeting cancellation entails, indoor versus outdoor. This will be outlined in the ministerial regeling once the proper consultation has been completed. Through you, Chair, the questions and answers from MP Idion. Clarification on the specific threat that led to the cancellation of public meetings. The measures that will be outlined within the MR are guidelines linked to having a safe election and take into account all challenges faced by by our law enforcement agencies, including but not limited to the capacity issues and the rise in crime. Explanation of measures taken for public safety and the timeline for these measures. In the presentation, it was already stated that a plan of approach will entail hotspots, hot times approach based on intelligence-targeted actions and arrests, gun-related crimes, increased surveillance and traffic controls, preventive weapon controls, and an action plan per community by the community police officers of St. Martin. Details cannot be given due to the operational safety. Inquiry into the communication and transparency of the government regarding the threat. No such threat has been identified. Through you, Chair, the questions and answers for MP Westcott Williams. Request for the Minister's position on proposed motion. The motion is the right of Parliament, and I understand the concerns presented in the motion as outlined. However, the MR remains in draft, awaiting the necessary feedback. Confirmation or denial of consultations with relevant stakeholders on the decision. At the time of questioning, consultation had not taken place. Consultations of the draft is ongoing. Reading of the reasons for the Marine deployment and its relation to heightened threats. Because of the elections and the additional risks within the hurricane season, there is a probability that the police force of our country will have a high demand for capacity and framework of its guarding, protection, and security risks, or security tasks, rather. The Marines could assist in guarding and securing specific locations to maintain public safety. Also, with the knowledge of the use of scooters in violent crimes and the fact they often flee via borders, the Marines in the vicinity of the borders can give additional assistance through traffic controls. Confirmation of the government's responsibility for public safety and specifics of the decision taken by the Council of Ministers. The decision was a Council of Ministers decision to prepare guidelines for a safe election. Explanation of political guidelines and their enforcement during this period. These details are still being worked on. By this, I conclude the questions and answers by the honorable members.
Honorable Minister, I thank you very much for those answers that you gave in relations to the question that was asked by the honorable members of Parliament in the second round. I now look at the honorable members, and I will ask if there's any clarification or any other questions relating to the answers and clarifications the members would like to pose. I look at my list, and I see the honorable member of Parliament, MP Duran. I now give the floor to the member of Parliament, Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the Minister and the team for the responses given to the questions posed. Mr. Chairman, out of the answers that I received from the Minister, there's still some uncertainty because on one end, it's being said that the cancellation of public meetings is due to safety. On the other end is saying that no crime that was committed is linked to anything political, yet only political events are being cancelled. So I'm still confused, and as I mentioned last night on the podium, this government has done one great thing: confuse the population. Because on one end, in the same breath, you're saying that it's nothing to do with politics so far. Not only this unfortunate event of July 17, but anything before that and after, but you're not canceling any events and everything else is business as usual. Mr. Chairman, it just doesn't make sense. So maybe the minister has something that he knows that can bring some clarity, not only to me, but to the general population, that can help clear this smoke screen that is above. So I would like some clarity on that point for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Duran. I now give the floor to the Honorable Member of Parliament, MP Westcott Williams. You now have the floor.
Thank you once again, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the Minister for his responses, but my requests for clarifications are pretty much in the line of my colleague who spoke before me. And so I hear the Minister loud and clear through you, Mr. Chairman, regarding this issue of measures having been decided upon by the Council of Ministers. 1, 2, the guidelines are being worked out. 3, these are now with legal affairs. Mr. Chairman, it's either one or the other. Today is the 2nd of August, and what are we to expect given the 3 matters that was mentioned as measures being taken by the Council of Ministers? Namely, 1, cancellation or prohibition of political public meetings, the issue of the sale of alcohol, which according to me is a standard, something that is always decided during campaigns on election day, that there will be no sale. So that to me is something that is commonly done during the campaign. And then thirdly, the matter of election day itself and gatherings of political supporters at the polls. So does the government have any grip on when these guidelines will be finalized? So up until now, tonight, can I hold a public political gathering? If not tonight, could I do one tomorrow? And if it's going to be issued tomorrow, then would a party be able to do one tonight and not tomorrow? So when will this go into effect? And again, does the government have a grip on when will this MB, when will it be published? I think there's a lot of uncertainty surrounding this matter. And while I've heard the minister response to the motion, yes, of course, it is Parliament's right and sometimes a duty to draft and pass motions. But that was not my question. My question was, what does the minister consider the results if these proposed measures were to be cancelled, were to be annulled? That's my question, because that's the direction the motion is going into. Cancel these measures that the COM has decided on. I want to believe that the COM has decided on these measures because they felt there are reasons to do so. So 2 specific answers I would like to have in that context. One being, okay, then when will it go into effect? And is there no grip on when legal affairs responds yes or no? And secondly, what does the minister envisage to be the result of not having these measures in place? So to go along with a motion that suggests that. That's one clarification I would like. Mr. Chairman, I understand there are policies that are being looked at. Some of them can be divulged, especially where gun possession is concerned. Are there any additional programs with respect to the gun possession that are being considered? Of course, I understand the control, I understand all of that, but are there any special measures? And I'm thinking of, we've heard it here mentioned in Parliament, asking for guns to be brought in, etc., etc. So are there any special measures being considered in addition to the controls that are going to be intensified? And then, Mr. Chairman, the question regarding the deployment of the Marines. It was answered in the last meeting as well. And there was a piece that has now been left out of the answer. And that piece is heightened threat or threats or risks to high-profile persons. There was that piece in the answer regarding the deployment. So it was hurricane-related, election-related, and now I'm paraphrasing, the minister answered something in that context to the effect of heightened risk to high-profile persons. I remember the question even been asked, who is considered a high-profile person? So if the minister could address those three answers that he gave, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank you very much, Honourable Member Westcott. I now give the floor to the Honourable Member of Parliament, Mr. Marlin. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Honourable Minister and support staff for the answers. And good morning to the persons listening and those in the Tribune. Short statement, Mr. Chair. Government of contradiction, government of blame, and definitely government of chaos. We don't know where to start today because, like my colleague MP Doran said, we left with basically no answers. When I listened to the minister speak, his answers was that it was the entire Council of Ministers that made a decision. But before the decision is finalized, the political parties, factions, was told not to hold any public event. Since that decision was taken, since that press conference was held, where it was stated absolutely no public meetings, no public gatherings of our political parties. We've seen nothing less than 4 public gatherings held without a mass presence of security, without not even an argument being held by the public events for political gathering. So my question then would be, why are we still going down that track of fear-mongering amongst our people in St. Martin? This is not how we keep elections. This is not how the public expect us to behave during an election season. But then I questioned in the last meeting about the security issue of one person. Why only one person is given security? I see there were 2 candidates in the car when this so-called incident took place. But why only one person is being secured? Mr. Chair, you want to ask me something? So, in my view, it's total discrimination, what is going on, what is happening. So, for that, I ask further clarity. Why is it that one person have a whole lot of security costs in the country, a whole lot of money? I also ask, how much money is the security decal costing this country for that one person? I haven't gotten that answer. So I would like clarification on those 2 questions. How is it that only one person is given security decal while 2 politicians was in the car? And how much does it cost the country for such security decal? I thank you.
I thank you very much to the Honourable Member Marlin. I now give the floor to the Honourable Member Arian. You now have the floor, MP.
Good morning, all. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the Minister and his support staff for the answers to the questions posed. But I also asked a question I believe that was not answered. I asked, is there any persons, family members of the Council of Ministers that has security detail? So is there any family members of the Council of Ministers that have extra security provided to them, even potentially 24-hour security? Please, that question was not answered. I heard my colleague said he also asked a similar question. And as my colleague just mentioned, the government of contradiction, because it's not just a government of contradiction, it was a concerted effort to limit the freedom of expression or even campaigning by other parties. Because you stated in your previous meeting that you do not, through you, Mr. Chairman, the minister does not make decisions without consulting the relevant stakeholders. But now you're answering saying, yes, we did not consult with the relevant stakeholders, and it's still ongoing. So you did make a decision without finalizing that discussion. And that decision then only affects a few. And you say now it's by legal affairs. So would you then get advice, so then he has to go to Council of Ministers, so maybe next week Tuesday? So are you going to end public meetings a couple of days before elections? What would be the logic behind that? That we have now, we'll continue with public meetings, but then 2 or 3 days before, we'll end it. Mr. Chairman, I don't understand, I don't see the logic, and it just seems like a lot of confusion, and more so, it feels very, very, very targeted.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member Arian. I now give the floor to the Honourable Member Bruch. You now have the floor.
Good morning, St. Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, St. Martin. Good morning, Minister and your support staff and fellow colleagues in Parliament. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I would like to have some clarification on some of the questions asked. One of them was, I believe it was a misunderstanding, was with regard to the scanners. It was stated in the first round that the quotation was already requested. In my second round, I asked, how long ago was this quotation requested and when are they expecting a feedback? So that answer I have not received. In addition to that, I've also asked the minister as well, with the new guidelines, and even though we don't have it before us, maybe he already knows, does it stop people from voting or getting information to vote? That was also one of the questions that was asked that was not answered. And let me see one more. 1 second, let me just verify something here. Yes, I also asked with regard to, can the minister share details of the guidelines? And also in an answer that was given, information was still forthcoming. When they made the decision, that information was still forthcoming. What does that mean? Does that mean that the minister received some type of information and the decision was taken? Or, so there needs to be a bit of clarity as to what brought them to that decision. Because the Honourable Minister is part of the Council of Ministers. He together unanimously with the rest decided that they are going to stop, or I don't know the detail, let me just say they're going to put a pause on the public gathering. What was the reason? That's one thing I would like the Honourable Minister to please clarify for us here today. Through you, Mr. Chairman. And that'll be it for now.
Thank you very much, Member of Parliament Bruch. I now give the floor to the Honourable Member La Cruz. You now have the floor, sir.
A blessed morning to one and all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Minister of Justice and your support staff, my colleagues, those in the Tribune and those listening in on all social media platforms. Mr. Chairman, through you, a comment that was made concerning the military assistance. I have before me the LB signed by the governor that came in, and it was upon the request from the Prime Minister asking for support from the military during this period. It is in Dutch. There is a point 3, dat het verzoek daarnaast ziet op de verkiezingsdag bewaken en beveiliging van de stemloketten en de handhaving van de openbare orde door middel van zichtbare aanwezigheid op strategische punten op het eiland. Now, being a person that has served in the military for various years, I know the effect that having the military at specific locations, as is said here, especially the voting polls, can be intimidating and will be intimidating on islands like Aruba and Curacao, where the military is visible almost every day to all citizens, and not like St. Martin. I think this is another form by the Prime Minister to keep the numbers low and the turnout. I am extremely worried about this because this means that our people will pass by, see military, and think that it is more than what it actually is. You will pass and have a feeling in the document, it says to literally protect, but protect who? If there are no politicians there. I have not heard of any person ever on St. Martin going to vote and has been attacked because of a specific political party that he or she is following. So I want to make it clear to everyone here on St. Martin, please do not let anyone do this. Go out and vote. Do not let anyone go out and vote. So do not let the presence of the military make you feel that there's a threat at the voting polls when you go out and vote. Go out and vote. Thank you.
I thank you
I didn't want
very much, Member of Parliament
No, I didn't want to.
La Cruz. I now give the floor to the Honourable Member, Ms. Jacobs. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you. Good morning to the Griffier. Good morning to my colleagues and, of course, the Honourable Minister, Chief John, and the rest of the staff of the Ministry of Justice, all in the Tribune and all following this broadcast. Mr. Chairman, firstly, let me apologize for my late arrival. So I wasn't here to, give notifications, but I listened to the answers as much as I could follow, and I cannot, I was not going to say anything, to be honest, but it has to make sense. I understand, I've sat in the seat, I understand decisions needed to be made, and I can remember being in a very serious situations where when the decision isn't made yet, you ask people, please, X, Y, and Z. So I'm trying to understand from the minister in his answers, just like my previous colleagues, because we had our first public meeting, and some people were like, yeah, but we wasn't sure we were allowed to come because it sounds like NA is breaking the laws. I needed to be very clear from the answers of the minister, because based on what he said last week, is why the cancellation did not take place. We only canceled the one that couldn't be put back on that day, which was the 25th, as our schedule had put out. So I need further clarity from the minister, because decisions taken that require a long time, it needs to be explained that there's no legislative basis, because this is creating even more confusion within the community. Several different types. I didn't hear the explanation as to what is considered a political public gathering, because flyering next to the road, a whole big tent up and a bunch of things going on, is that a public gathering as well? So I need proper clarity, because it's not only a public meeting that was held by particular parties, several parties are having other types of gatherings. And if the minister stands by what he said last week, that you can continue, then that needs to be clear. And then what MP Westcott said, it needs to be further clarified in if something comes out And if it's only impacting the election date, fine. But if it's for the immediate, we need to know in time because there's planning and preparation that goes into every single event that takes place. And it creates confusion not only among the parties, but among the electorate. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to, say what I think about the manner in which communication is taking place, but I really don't find that the answers provided give any clarity whatsoever to the confusion that exists, not just within the members of parliament, but within the people. And I don't know if it was addressed, but did any answers come in terms of, since the last set of shootings that took place, that definitely are not politically motivated? How is that being addressed? Because from what I'm hearing, we need to prepare on a different level now. So I don't know if that constitutes a new question. If so, forgive me, but I think definitely the people need to know what's going on with the realities of that shooting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He already spoke. He spoke already. Clarification. I thank you very much, MP Jacobs. I see also, again, the Member of Parliament Duran would like for clarification.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence. I did miss one extra point as I was going through the clarifications, and when MP Irian spoke, it sparked my brain back. Because I want to understand this, Mr. Chairman, based on the response given last week by the Honorable Minister, which was basically go ahead, I'm getting the feeling that he is not in agreement to put all these conditions in place. And at the same time, the Minister said today that the decision was unanimous. I know I was in the Council of Ministers, and I know you don't speak about who vote where or what. Once it's a decision by a majority, it is a decision by the Council. You can't run from it. So it's not in Parliament where you could, walk out from voting and then it would be aligned. So that's a total different story. And also listening through you, Mr. Chairman, to my colleague, Bruch, it confuses me because you, Mr. Chairman, mentioned on the radio that you were not in agreement and you were not informed. And the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned that he makes sure that his MPs are informed and up to date. But when I listen to my honorable colleague here, he doesn't seem that he's up to date with what the Prime Minister is doing. Again, Mr. Chairman, it is very, very confusing. I'm getting messages right now as we speak because the people need to know which direction we are going. Is it left? Is it right? Is it in the middle? Is it in the village? Please, just give some clarifications because at this point in time, we are 17 days away from a very historical moment in our history where we will pave the way for our future, and the people are confused. Please, Mr. Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, unconfuse the people of St. Martin, because the messages that I'm receiving it's overwhelming, and I cannot answer them because I'm not privy to information that you all have as ones in the seat and over national security and so forth, but it needs some clarity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank you very much to the Honourable Member Duran. I look at the speakers list. I now give the floor to the Member of Parliament, La Cruz. You now have the floor. No need? I thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Honourable Member of Parliament, Roseberg. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman, SG, Honourable Minister of Justice and support staff, my honourable colleagues, the ones viewing online, present here today, and listening to other media forms. In regards to my clarifications and all that my other colleague MPs have mentioned, and the fact that through you, Mr. Chair, the Honourable Minister stated that currently the finalization is by legal affairs, can we get a clear deadline when this will be finalized? So I'm hearing the near future. I would like a deadline. Other than that, we are seeing that the public meetings, at least based on the information received, the attendance is becoming less. This can be in regards to safety or other reason, we don't know. So therefore, it's important to get that clarification so the public knows what's what, so deadline related. I also understood, based on the presentation given by you, Honorable Minister of Justice, through you, Mr. Chair, I understood in the clarification round on the answering of the questions that it was stated that the Corp Chef informed that support was needed, more support was needed to guarantee the safety in regards to possible order for storing. Can that be clarified? Also, in regards to the LBA, my questions in regards to the LBAs signed, I didn't get the answer percentage-wise through you, Mr. Chair, how much is working and how much is home. So let's say 100 LBAs have been signed. Is the percentage 70% home versus 30% working, or 70% working versus 30% home, through you, Mr. Chair? In regards to the military assistance, isn't the military always here during hurricane season? Just clarification in that regard. In regards to the crime fund, I asked that question and I didn't hear, or I didn't get that answer to you, Mr. Chair. There was 8 million guilders in the crime fund. Currently, there's only 4 million. Where did the 4 million go? Into what projects? I asked that question. I didn't get that answer. I didn't hear the answer. So if I can get that clarified. Also, in regards to the ankle bracelet, I understood that through you, Mr. Chair, that the Honorable Minister answered me and said that currently 2 are actively in use, and then it was mentioned limited capacity, certain conditions are not met. Through you, Mr. Chair, can we get those conditions? Because it's not clear what those conditions are. And then limited capacity, is a capacity in regards to the ones that need to monitor the ankle bracelet monitoring, if that can be clarified. And then my last question is that, yes, it's more a statement. I believe in safety over everything as well. So I indeed also want to make the public clear that they need to go out and vote without fear. I will leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, MP Reusberg. I now give the floor to MP Brug for clarification.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. Chairman. The speaker behind me, MP Duran, made a statement just now, and it's going to be clarification, so I want to repeat it because maybe perhaps the minister might have been confused as well, because MP Brug knows fully well what is going on. Now, MP Brug asks in the second round, can the minister explain, thank you, can the minister explain what is allowed with regard, what is allowed or not allowed when it comes to the decisions that they took as the Council of Ministers to cancel the public meetings? And I asked whether it's indoor or to give more details. That is what I asked. The minister answered in the second round that the information is still forthcoming. So that's why I'm asking for clarification. Okay. What does it mean by the forthcoming? Is it that you received some type of information that led you to make that decision and you're expecting more? Or is it that, what is the reason, what was the situation in that particular that led the Council of Ministers to make that decision? I hope I'm clear now, Mr. Chairman, and that I have not confused the rest of my colleagues either, or the people of St. Martin. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Member Brug. I now give the floor to the Member of Parliament, Utley. You now have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good day to the viewing and listening public, the Honourable Minister and his support staff. I'm no detective. Let me put a scenario together. Events happen. Everyone is fear-mongering. Everyone, adrenaline is high. You go to the Council of Ministers. You make a decision. You make a decision with no consultation of the experts, the authorities that are needed. The Council of Ministers said, this is the direction we're going to take. Minister of Justice, go ahead, do your due diligence. Minister of Justice speaks to the relevant authorities, and relevant authorities say you're overreacting. You can correct me. You're overreacting. Minister of Justice now needs to do the due diligence. I am not confused. I, as the leader of United People's Party, went ahead and hold public meetings. Why? The minister stood right here, clear as day, and spoke slower than slow with the chief of police right next to him and said, I am the authority responsible for public safety in gatherings. Until I sign the regulation and it is published in the National Gazette, you can go ahead. Where and how are we breaking the law? Logic. We're members of parliament. Let's make sense out of nonsense. We have a council of ministers where almost everybody, if not everyone, is politicians. So, my clarification to you, Minister of Justice, through you, Mr. Chair, is that where and who is specifically pushing this motive? Because the clarification I need is that you are seeming that you need to do due diligence, but every day while you are doing your due diligence, we are getting a different message being pushed in a different narrative. And maybe through you, Mr. Chair, you don't feel the heat till it starts to burn in your kitchen. Because when you have members of cabinet, Mr. Johnson, after specific arrest, can call different media house and say, how much would you take for me to put a story against MP Otley after an arrest? This is how far it's going. Okay? This is how far it's going. So I say to you, Minister of Justice, is this really a political motive, or is this a motive of a specific party? Because I hear that the party's meetings are getting less and less. I don't know where, but not with the United People's Party. Maybe that's why they are afraid to hold one. But I look forward to this clarification to find out where and who specifically in the Council of Ministers is pushing. And can we have a copy of the calm decision to see exactly what decision was made, through you, Mr. Chair, Minister of Justice. Thank you.
I thank you very much, Member of Parliament Utley. Members, I can understand our eagerness, or your eagerness, to want to interject with new questions in the clarification, but it's just a reminder that this is the clarification round, and I would encourage each and every one of you to please stick to clarification based on the answers that was given by the Honorable Minister. I now give the floor, I thank you for that. I now give the floor to Ms. Rosberg. MP, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification's sake, I see that I missed that question and it keeps coming up. I keep on hearing no consultation, but wasn't there a letter, just to clarify that through you, Mr. Chair, wasn't there a letter sent by the Corps Chef that I understood just now in the answering in regards to the current safety? Could that be answered? Also, I heard the minister, through you, Mr. Chair, state that it's not clear that the incident that happened on July 17th, I think, that it was politically motivated. But I also didn't hear that it wasn't. So can that be clarified? That is it clear that it was not? And on the other hand, is it also clear that it wasn't? So I would like to know what is clear. So if that can be clarified.
I thank you very much, Honourable Member Rosberg. I see we have come and no. I will now give the floor to the Honourable Member of Parliament, Ms. Jacobs. You have the floor. No? Yeah, there was a little mix-up because the Member of Parliament Atwell pressed before your person, but you stood up before him. So I would allow you to take the floor, MP Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stood because you called my name. I'm not seeing what you're seeing. Thank you for the opportunity. a lot has been said in these clarification rounds, and this is not a new question. It wasn't clear from the answers given in terms of the overall safety and security of St. Martin. So with the rising gun violence that we have seen and the steps that have started to be taken, how do we classify, how do the people of St. Martin now move around the island? Maybe that is how the question should be framed in terms of the overall safety and security of the population, because I don't think it relates to just whatever political or non-political. There was also another event last night, right? In terms of what's happening on the island. It's summer, people are feeling like I can't go anywhere with my children. So the misinformation or disinformation coming out of COM, or double information, whatever you want to call it, needs some clarity. So can the minister, through you, please clarify in terms of the overall safety and security of the population, in terms of give the people some sense of how do we move around. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jacob. I now give the floor to Member of Parliament Arian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yes, I would like to clarify, to Mr. Chairman, comments made by the minister. The minister mentioned in his answers that the decision in COM was unanimous. That means including himself. Since then, the minister has obviously taken a different position in the last meeting. So I think that needs to be clarified. And I think there's a question posed already, if something by MP Utley, if something has changed with new information, new data, because you're allowed, as Minister of Justice, to be able to say, hey, we have new information, new intel, so we can't go based on that previous decision. And then we have the comments made by MP Roseberg. So I haven't seen this document. It's stated again that a letter was sent. As a matter of fact, the Prime Minister, Mr. Luc Besselina, was on radio indicating, and he said, and I'll paraphrase a bit, that I communicate to my members of Parliament. He expects the Minister of Justice to communicate to his leader, which means that every other member of Parliament is left out. Yep. So URSM gets information, NOB gets information, and every other member of Parliament is left in the dark. I'm assuming that the other ministers then will then communicate with their members of Parliament. And we can't take that back. This is something he said on radio. You could go back and check it. It's on his page, I'm assuming. So again, it shows that this Council of Ministers has information, doesn't share with members of Parliament. So we need to know now on get clarity. Because if it's true that there was a document that came from the chief of police, and it said or indicated any concerns, and as you mentioned, as the MP mentioned, is it politically motivated or isn't it politically motivated? Because then I would assume that the MR is based on that also. Because if it's not politically motivated, then we should not have had the events that we had last week, the public events, non-political events. So yes, I do believe we need clarity on this letter that was shared with the Council of Ministers and the MPs that support the government.
No, but then you gotta go to the... I thank you very much, Member of Parliament Arian. I see we have Member of Parliament Brugge for interruption. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. I will ask you next time, Member of Parliament, to please stand at the lectern. You now have the floor. For the same reason, go ahead, sir. Press the mic. Yeah. No. Member of Parliament? No, you have to take it from the lectern. Member of Parliament, go ahead.
Okay, basically, thank you. Just for clarity, I just wanted to make known that it is customary that when, for example, ministers, when a government is formed, that they always have joint meetings with parliamentarians and also with the ministers. That's normal. That was done by the previous government every Monday. We have not received any documents. So the previous speaker before me stated that we have received some documents. We have not received any documents. So I just wanted to make it clear that it is a fair playing field. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thank you very much, MP Brugh. We have come to the end. I don't see any more clarifications. We have any more clarifications? No. MP Roseberg, you now have the floor for clarification.
Yes, for clarifications, Mr. Chair. I heard my dear colleague MP Arian mentioned that the position of the minister has changed, so therefore I would like to know, has the position changed? So I will ask the question to clarify. Minister, has your position changed?
I'm
to
sorry,
you, Mr.
MP,
Chair?
no. You
To
can't
Mr.
ask
Chair?
the minister the question.
To you, Mr. Chair, has the position of the minister changed, seeing that MP Arian asked that question? And also, in regards to what my colleague MP Otley mentioned, and mentioning names, he knows the proper route to follow if his name is being tarnished in any shape or form. So I would like to advise him that.
I thank you very much, MP, but that is not a clarification, and that is not, you cannot ask the minister a direct question. I didn't give you the floor. Member of Parliament, we have come to the end of this round. I look now to the Honorable Minister, and given the time, I think I can adjourn this meeting for about 1:30, so we can give the minister time also as well to answer the question that was posed in the clarification round. So meeting adjourned until 1:30.
explain they got to obey. This is why you come to laugh at that. Too much action.
Good afternoon. I now reconvene this meeting, and given the time and in consultation with the minister, I would adjourn this meeting for about 10 more minutes. I will see it at 2:10. Meeting adjourned. Good afternoon. I now reopen this meeting, and I will now give the floor to the Honorable Minister of Justice to answer the clarification questions that was posed by the honorable members of Parliament. Minister, you now have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members of Parliament. Good afternoon to those in the Tribune, my colleagues, and also to the listening public, televised, internet, or elsewhere. Good afternoon. In continuation of the clarification questions, through you, Chair, on the honorable member, MP Duran, why are the public meetings cancelled for safety while no crimes are linked to political events? Yet only political events are cancelled. To my person, there have been no reports that any crimes have been politically linked, and the investigation is still ongoing. Regarding public meetings being cancelled, let me be clear. The Council of Ministers' decision so far has been to prepare guidelines on political campaigns. Even with this calm decision, as the responsible minister, due diligence is required to ensure that the MR is legally vetted. To date, the process is still ongoing. It is not under my purview to decide when the legals that are busy with this document is going to give it back to the minister. And this minister will not put pressure on anyone to do their job. Everyone is listening to Parliament, everyone knows what is going on, and the legal has to do their job. And when they do their due diligence and they give me that report, then we go forward. Because it has to be legally known if it is right based on our decisions in COM. It could be a wish, and maybe it could be against also the necessary laws that we have in place. So let the legals do their job, and when they give me that information, then I can elaborate further, and it will be publicly known to everyone. MP Westcott Williams, through you, Chair, asks, when will the guidelines be finalized? The MR will be finalized after the feedback is received from the legal affairs and will return to the Council of Ministers if necessary, based on that feedback, after which it will be signed by my person. 2, can public political gatherings be held tonight or tomorrow before the guidelines are published? Again, as long as the guidelines are pending, public political gatherings may continue. This has with respect, we have a police force, we have asked for assistance, we have assistance here, and the police force, once informed that there are certain public gatherings, will do their job to make sure that public safety and order is in place for our country. What does the minister consider on the results if the proposed measures were to be annulled? If it's supposed to be annulled, it will be annulled. Again, it is all based on the legal measures. COM, Parliament, everybody have their wishes in life. But we have the legals in place that will advise us if we are within the framework of the law. So therefore, as I mentioned, let's give the legals their chance to do their job. It is a wish from COM. We made a decision. The legals still have to say, listen, if that decision is feasible within the framework of the law. Are there any additional programs concerning gun possession being considered? On Monday upcoming, there is a driehoek overleg with the Prosecutor's General's Office, the Chief of Police of the St. Martin Police Force, and my person as the Minister of Justice. This meeting is planned. The topic will be on the agenda. Who is considered a high-profile person concerning the deployment of the Marines? If I can recall, I did also mention that the members of Parliament are the high-profile persons, and not limited to, as well, the Council of Ministers and other high-ranking individuals in our country. Through you, Chair, clarification questions from MP Marlin. Why are public gatherings restricted while others have been held without mass security? Public gatherings, again, cannot be restricted until if it is mentioned on a signed publication by my person, which again, it is at Legal Affairs, and we are waiting on feedback and will return to the Council of Ministers if necessary. And based on that feedback, then it will be signed by my person. Why is only one person given security, and how much does it cost the country? That is a decision made in consultation with different judicial agencies on the threat analysis. And I would like to deviate. That is under the purview of the Prosecutor General for St. Martin, not the Minister of Justice. I did not make that decision to have any detailed security. It's an ongoing investigation, and as an official that worked as a police for many years, certain people will have that certain type of protection because they need to be questioned eventually. So in case something happened to them, we are supposed to be able to reach them, pull them in, and have that conversation with them. So of course, their safety and security at that time is looked at from that perspective. Not that we fear that anything will happen, but of course, a situation happened, the person is a witness, and therefore, precautionary measures were put in place by the Prosecutor General's office. The cost was also mentioned, I don't see it here in this lineup, but the cost was also mentioned in my answers with the SWAT team to the tune, I think, of 80, was it 80 or 60,000 guilders. Through your chair, MP Irian, clarification, question, and answer. Are any family members of the Council of Ministers provided with extra security? Presently, there is one family member of the Council of Ministers being provided with extra security. This decision was taken by the police force of St. Martin as an extraordinary or precautionary measure. Okay? Will public meetings be ended a few days before elections? And what is the logic behind this decision? As there is no timeline, I cannot speak to the number of days before election that we can expect the MR to take in effect. Through you, Chair, from the Honourable Member of Parliament, MP Brugge, his clarification question was, how long ago was the quotation for scanners requested, and when was the feedback expected? In March 2021, Customs requested and received a quotation for a container X-ray scanner from Sectors Technologies, reps for Smith Detections. At the time, the container scanner would have cost approximately 2.9 million United States dollars, including civil works. Before this, Customs had invited Sectors Technologies to St. Martin to assess the harbor facilities intended for the scanner's installation. During the assessment, it was determined that the scanner could not be accommodated within the current harbor setup due to space constraints. Does the new guideline stop people from voting or getting information to vote? No draft MR does not prevent anyone from voting or from getting information to vote. I will basically extend as well, based on conversations with the chief and other stakeholders, the Marines will not be standing at the polls. That is not what we are using the Marines for. They will not be at the polls. They will be assisting the police, just like the VKS, on patrols, with controls, etc., for our public safety. Can the minister share details of the guidelines? The guidelines are still awaiting the finalization of the legal vetting, and therefore the details will not be disclosed at the time. and why. Again, the Council of Ministers has made a decision. We have to see if the decision can be properly vetted and given us back their report as what can and what cannot. What brought the Council of Ministers to pause public gatherings? The guidelines are still awaiting the finalization of the legal vetting, and therefore the details, again, cannot be disclosed at this time. I would also like to mention, because all of these questions I know stemmed from one thing, the press briefing by the Prime Minister. He is the Prime Minister, but he's also human. A decision was made by the Council of Ministers, and basically I can only assume that based on his mind for the public safety, that because of the decision making by the Council, he chose, unfortunately, to publicly say something about it without having the proper guidelines put in place. And that's the only thing that I can come up with as to what and the reason why it was mentioned. MP La Cruz, through you, Chair. What is the purpose of the military's presence at the voting polls, and how does it impact our voter turnout? Again, like I mentioned, the military is not coming here to stand at voting polls. It is to strengthen the capacity of the police force from now and until a little after election, based on public order, based on safety for the public order. MP Jacobs, what constitutes a political public gathering and/or types of gatherings affected by the new measures of the COM decision? Again, we don't have an MR in place, so with that, I cannot deliberate based on that question. Once an MR is put in place, then we can say basically what is constituted and what's not. How is the gun violence being addressed since last set of shootings that were not politically motivated? Based on the interministerial task force that has been activated as a result of the recent shootings, this matter is being addressed. In the next Driehoek meeting, scheduled for next week, this matter will be addressed. These points have nothing to do with the incident that took place, but have everything to do with public order and safety, for which I, as minister, is responsible for. Through you, Chair, the clarification question from the Honorable Member Roseberg. Can we get a clear deadline for when the legal affairs will finalize the guidelines? The first feedback we will receive hopefully today. And once it's received and adjusted, if it can be signed off with any other remarks, then it should be, like I said, published in short. But again, it's up to them to make that decision before I put my John Henry on it. What percentage of signed LBAs are working versus at home, versus those that are working and versus those that are home? This answer will be sent in writing as a calculation is required. Please note that some persons who received their national decree on sick leave has returned to work in the meantime. And again, as much as we can say, it is a random thing. There are individuals that I know that are home that also received their LBAs, but the higher percentage I know is those that are physically working. How is the military's presence different during hurricane season compared to now? The request was made for the same reason, to provide safety and security. To add mention, this will not affect the budget in any way, as it is not an extra cost, thus saving our country funds that can be used elsewhere. What happened to the 4 million guilders from the crime fund? This will also be sent in writing as it relates to sensitive information. What are the conditions for the limited capacity of the anchor monitoring bracelets? This answer will be forwarded to the Honorable Member of Parliament in writing, as the information received from SJIS is too long to mention during this public meeting. Through you, Chair, the clarification question from the Honorable Member Otley. Is the Minister's stance on public meetings consistent with the due diligence process? Yes. Everything is being processed thoroughly. Guidelines were first sent to Yeiset and Wei for the legal vetting before publication to ensure that they align within the legal framework. Who in the Council of Ministers is pushing the motive behind this decision? Decisions are taken behind closed doors. The voting is confidential, and I will not disclose such information. Clarification question from MP Roseberg. Through you, Chair, can the Minister clarify the issue of the political motivation behind the incident of July 17? To date, there is no evidence or no information given to the Minister or the Prime Minister.
Honorable Minister, I will have to ask you to pause for a moment. I received notice from the Honorable Member of Parliament, Duran, and just to inform the Honorable Member that this will be your last position for interruption, and I'll give you the floor, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the Honorable Minister, based on the question that I posed in regards to why is it only political events being blocked, you kind of mixed the question up with the question from MP Roseberg, so I would like to get that answer. And why was the Council of Ministers' decision geared only towards politics when you just mentioned that it is a clear general violence issue that we have? And also you mentioned that there's no new threat, but yet you mentioned that certain family members are getting extra protection. That is not clear, and I would like some clarity from that on those points, based on the point that you mentioned that certain family members of ministers are being protected, but there's no extra threat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Honorable Minister of Justice. Minister, you have the floor.
If I can clarify, based on the extraordinary situation that we're in, whether it's threats, it's for precautionary measures. It does not have to be because of a situation, but it's an extra precautionary measure that was taken when it came to that individual family member from the COM. He had another question. What was his other question? Yeah, what was it? Wait a minute. And I will get back. I'll get answers to you back on the other two that you also mentioned. Wait on one so I can get it now.
Honorable Minister, one moment. I'll give the floor to Member of Parliament La Cruz for interruption. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So am I to understand that family members of the Council of Ministers are more important than the members of Parliament? Because I've been threatened also, and I've not received any type of protection or detailed in any way whatsoever.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, you have the floor. Mike? Your mic?
Honorable member, through you, Chair, can I get back to you with that answer?
Minister?
Yes. So how is the military presence different during hurricane seasons compared to now? The request was made for the same reason, again, to provide for the safety and security of the country. To add, this will not affect the budget in any way, as I mentioned, and is not an extra cost to saving our country funds that can be used elsewhere. And okay, who in the Council of Ministers is pushing the motive behind the decisions? The decisions, like I said, was taken, and it's confidential and is not disclosed at this moment. MP Roseberg also asks, can the minister clarify the issues and the political motivation between the incident of July 19th? As I mentioned to date, there is no evidence that the incident was political. What was the letter sent by the corps chef regarding the current safety concerns? The only letter to my person was regarding to why and how we can use the military assistance, but also the additional letter that came in that I got purview of, the chief of police, it's customary, especially when we have certain happenings in our country. The chief of police is also an advisor to the minister, who will also send his sentiments based on the public order. So not based on whether we sought, dealt with the stakeholders before coming up with a decision with guidelines. That was not dealt with then, but the chief of police has the rights to consult as well the Minister of Justice, by extension the Council of Ministers, with regards to the happenings in our country for the sake of the public order. Through you, Chair, the clarification question from MP Brugge. What led to the Council of Ministers to the decision to cancel public meetings, and what information was received? The Council of Ministers' decision was to prepare guidelines for the political campaign. Through you, Chair, the clarification questions from the Honourable Member, MP Roseberg. Was there consultation before the decision to cancel public meetings? Before the decision to provide guidelines was made, no consultation took place. This was also mentioned on various occasions during this process. Through you, Chair, the clarification questions from MP Jacob. How does the overall safety and security situation affect the movement of people on the island? So far, we just ask everyone to exercise extraordinary caution when moving around. Through you, Chair, clarification questions from MP Irion. Has the minister's position changed regarding the cancellation of public meetings? No position has changed, nor has my person established a position while not completing the process, specifically the legal vetting of the MR. Has new information or data influenced the minister's stance? Again, no position has changed, nor has my person established a position while not completing this process where the legal vetting has to be done. Additional clarification from the Honourable Member Roseberg, through you, Chair. These questions were posed by various members of Parliament to seek clarification on issues relating to public safety, political gatherings, and security measures. Everything that is being done at this moment is based on public safety. Again, that's the reason why we have the police force, the chief of police, which is very adamant in his advice as how we as council move forward with regards to public safety. And I conclude with this.
Before you conclude, Honorable Minister, you still have the interruption question that was asked by the Honorable Member La Cruz. So I can't leave you leave before you give an answer to that as well, Minister.
Just need 2 minutes.
2 minutes. I will adjourn the meeting for 2 minutes. Meeting adjourned. I now reopen the meeting. The minister has requested, I see he's standing, but the minister has requested for a little bit more time. Honorable Minister, before you go into answering the interruption question from the Honorable Member La Cruz, I see also that MP Arian also have an interruption. So I'll allow that to happen and then you will take the floor. Honorable Member Arian, you have the floor. Yes. One moment.
Thank you, Chair. Based on the answers given by the minister, you mentioned that you took precautionary measures for a family member of the council minister. So what I would like to know is, was that politically motivated? So the threats that were there, was that politically motivated? And on top of that, you also defended the position of the Prime Minister in the press briefing. But he clearly stated public meetings would be cancelled. You're saying guidelines. So one of you are not telling the truth, or he misspoke. So he said they would be cancelled, and you're saying you're working on guidelines. That would mean that public meetings can still happen, but maybe limited to 100 people, 50, a bigger stage, smaller stage. So somebody is lying. One person said cancelled, and we had our own that same night, and you are saying that the Council of Ministers decided on guidelines. So I would like clarification on that, please.
I thank you, Honorable Member Arian. Minister, you requested 5 minutes for a little bit more time to answer the question, and now you receive another question. So I'll allow the 5 minutes, and we'll adjourn this meeting for 5 minutes. Meeting adjourned. I now resume this meeting. Members? Hello. Some decorum, please. Thank you very much. I now resume this meeting. Honorable Minister Lyndon Lewis, you now have the floor to answer the interruption questions from the honorable members of Parliament. Minister?
So let me just break.
Your mic. Can't break.
Let me just break it down. We had an incident that took place. Yes, a council member's family member was, got extra protection for a period of time because of the situation surrounding it where the person worked. Okay? Where the person worked. All right? Where they work. Yeah, they're still working there. But that protection is no longer needed, is no longer ongoing because the situation was assessed, investigations are ongoing, and it does not lead that extra protection is needed. But at that moment, the police force of St. Martin, so it was never politically motivated, as no one from the COM requested that. The police force, knowing where the individual worked, did their due diligence and say, in case something could happen, let we just guard this person until we can see exactly through the investigation that it is not needed. That is what took place. Okay, so there's no extra security at this moment for that individual because situations need to assess. That's according to the information that I have received. MP Durant, through you, Chair. The question is, in other words, why did the COM decision only aim at political events? The COM's decision spoke on strengthening the guidelines surrounding the events that was taking place at the time. It is being vetted. Again, the COM can have its wish. We speak in one voice, hence the reason why it was done the way it was done. But however, the execution part of it is not ready, it's not there. It's a draft. It's a draft. So we are here talking about cancellations, XYZ, and who's telling the truth from who's not telling the truth. The COM decision that I received says to strengthen the guidelines leading up to elections. The Prime Minister made his statement. Honestly, I cannot answer for the Prime Minister. I cannot answer for the Prime Minister. But I am saying, you spoke about what is it, and I'm telling you, it was to strengthen the guidelines, and that is what we are busy with at this moment, in strengthening the guidelines leading up to elections. What led to that decision? A threat, a feeling, or what? This was directly linked to the increase of gun violence. Were the threats to the family member of the politically motivated? No, it was not. I didn't make that decision. I didn't request to the chief to give extra protection to any other political figure. The chief of police has a job to do to ensure the safety and security of our country. In consultation thereof, I have to allow the police to do their job. I may be the Minister of Justice today, but again, I understand the legal system. As I am a legal mind, I am a former national detective, so I cannot interrupt what the police force is advising.
Honorable Minister, I will ask you to hold your last words, so I will give the floor now to the Honorable One moment. Members, one more. Yes, you have one more. You can now take the floor. Yes.
Thank you.
One moment. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, seeing that you are, through you, Mr. Chair, seeing that you are a legal mind, also informing us about the legal vetting. But according to me, and you mentioned it just now through you, Mr. Chair, you are a legal mind. So seeing your legal expertise, reviewing LBA, seeing the mistakes, informing us about the mistakes, representing several people in court as a minister, I just wonder what type of legal vetting really needs to take place that it has to take so long. Maybe through you, Mr. Chair, you can assist, seeing that you're a legal mind, so that the process can be speed up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Minister of Justice, you're the one with the legal mind. I will now give you the floor. Minister.
In response to the clarification question, with me being a legal mind, when a lawyer is implicated in a crime, they also need a lawyer. So therefore, as Minister of Justice, though being a legal mind, I allow the other legal minds to do their jobs. So clarification on whether meetings are canceled or guidelines will be presented. Based on the COM's decision, the guidelines are to be presented on the holding of political campaigns. The Prime Minister, again, made his announcement. I am not the Prime Minister, but I'm going based on what I'm supposed to do as Minister of Justice in order to give these guidelines. Until the legal vetting is completed, the ministry, the country will be notified, including all political parties that are sitting here today. With that, I conclude on the clarification questions, from the honorable members of Parliament. Thank you.
Minister, I thank you very much for those answers. We have reached to the end of the deliberation on this agenda point. However, with that being said, a motion was presented as well. And I will go over to dealing with this motion. And with that, I will start to read the motion that was presented. Draft motion. The Parliament of St. Martin, in the meeting of today, which was at July 25th, 2024, considering that the Prime Minister of St. Martin, the Honorable Dr. Luke Messalina, along with the Council of Ministers, have unilaterally decided to cancel all public events, public meetings, public gatherings, and election day gatherings by polling stations without prior consultation with the members of Parliament, party leaders, the KPSM, the public prosecutor, and the VDSM of St. Martin. The decision was made without involving the 15 members of Parliament, thereby undermining the democratic principles of consultation and transparency that are fundamental to our parliamentary democracy, nor the legal basis for the decision taken. The cancellation of these events has far-reaching consequences, including the suppression of voter engagement with candidates and political campaigns, which are essential for voter motivation and participation, thereby trampling on the democratic rights of the voters of St. Martin. The forbidding of political rallies and public meetings limits the ability of political parties to properly communicate their ideas, vision, and political response to the electorate, ultimately preventing the democratic process. Public meetings are a fundamental aspect of free speech and democratic engagement. Article 13 of the Constitution establishes the fundamental rights for assembly and gatherings. Resolve. The Parliament of St. Martin hereby expresses its strong disapproval of the ad hoc decision taken by the Prime Minister, Dr. Luc Mercelina, and the Council of Ministers without proper consultation with the relevant authorities to cancel all public events, meetings, and election gatherings. 2, the Parliament of St. Martin demands the immediate reversal of this decision to ensure that the democratic rights of the people are upheld, allowing for the free and fair conduct of political activities and customs, including public meetings, rallies, and election day gatherings. 3, the Parliament of St. Martin reaffirms its commitment to upholding the democratic principles and rights of every people, of all the people, and goes over to the order of the day. Copies of this motion to be sent to the Governor of St. Martin, the Council of Ministers, the Parliament of Aruba and Curacao, the First and Second Chambers of the Netherlands, the Council of Ministers of the Netherlands, Aruba, and Curacao. And this motion is supported by Member of Parliament Omar Otley, Member of Parliament Egbert Duran, Member of Parliament Francisco La Cruz, Member of Parliament Silveria Jacobs, Member of Parliament Clyde Marlin, Member of Parliament Atwell Arian, Member of Parliament Akeem E. Arundel. With that, we will now go over to the voting of this motion. However, before I do that, I will give the presenters of this motion the opportunity for them to motivate their reasons or their position for this motion. I look at the list. I see that we have no one for motivating as to why this motion. I see I have a
proposal of order, actually.
Proposal of order from the Member of Parliament,
Thank you.
Westcott. Please start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But before I can make my proposal, I would like to understand where we're at right now. Only the presenters are asked to motivate or to talk to the motion? Okay,
yeah.
just wanted to make sure
yeah.
in terms of where we're at. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No. I was coming to that part. I thank you very much, Member of Parliament, MP Westcott. I was given the opportunity first to the members of Parliament that presented the motion, who are signatory to the motion, and as well, the floor would have been given to all the members of Parliament, equally also as well, to motivate their position. So as I see those individuals that I made mention who are signatory to the motion, no one put up their name for motivation of the motion. And I'm now seeing, no, nobody can frown. I'm now seeing hands going up. And that's why I said I will give the floor to the members of Parliament that presented the motion to motivate the reason. But no one, members of Parliament, please allow me to finish before you take the floor or before I give you the floor. I said I would give the members of Parliament that presented the motion the time, the opportunity to motivate, and no one did so. Do I see now, is there now members of Parliament that presented the motion willing to speak on behalf of the motion? Yes. I see I have the Honourable Member of Parliament, MP Silvera Jacobs, you have the floor to motivate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, one and all, again. As the presenter of this motion last week, I believe, the intention was quite clear, and I believe the answers of the minister have further corroborated the need for us to actually have this motion approved, especially seeing the manner in which this was handled. I believe that the authorities, that was the main challenge for myself as well as several others, that the authorities had not been requested to give advice before taking these decisions that have such far-reaching consequences, especially after having made statements to us that there does not seem to be any political motivation for the rise in crime or for the crime that had been committed that had brought extra attention to the table. As a body here in Parliament, we are concerned about the rise in crime in general, and that is our concern. We would want to see, and I've said it more than once, that certain things be done, actions be taken by authorities to ensure that the public of St. Martin understand what is violence, as well as the cyberbullying, as well as the manner in which persons are being libelous and scandalous, and that people know that that is also against the law. Those things are the things that we support here, and if there is a reason to take actions, then it should be done in the proper manner, especially since this legislation or this piece of regulation hasn't been finalized. I would actually want to hope that the authorities still give their advice on it, but I stand behind the statements that our way of conducting elections is free and clear. It is part of our culture, and even in the experience just last evening, very peaceful, and I want to thank the police officers who were there in and out of uniform, ensuring that there was, if anything had come up, that it could have been handled. So they do this all the time, and I think removing that aura of fear from the country is necessary. Any regulations on election day that need to be done, I still feel should be discussed also with us as the stakeholders within this. So that is the reason why this motion has been presented with the support of the National Alliance.
I thank you very much, Honourable Member of Parliament, Ms. Jacobs. Anyone else requesting motivation? No? We will now go over to handling Member of Parliament, MP Westcott.
Mr. Chairman, are we through the motivations, or will you now go over to the motivating that all
that's what I said,
members
if anyone
of...
else would request, yeah.
So we're now at
Yes,
the Parliament
yes.
members. Okay,
Yes.
then, yes, I would like the opportunity to motivate my vote, please, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yes. Based on the advice from the expert Secretary General, I have to ask first if there's anyone requesting roll call concerning roll call. Yes. And with that being said, now I will ask the members of Parliament to motivate. Member of Parliament, MP Westcott, you have the floor.
Thank you once again, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've heard and said a lot regarding this preliminary decision of the Council of Ministers. I have read the statements coming from members of the Council of Ministers, including the Prime Minister. But there is at no time that I understood this decision of the COM, for which the guidelines have not yet been established, to have decided to cancel all public events, public meetings, public gatherings, and election day gatherings. That would mean that there should have been, if this motion was correct, no public events. Nowhere in this motion does it speak about public political events. So even though the guidelines have not yet been established, one, so I can't seek or approve to cancel something of which I don't know what the working out is going to be. And secondly, there is no way that I have taken note of a decision to cancel all public events, public meetings, public gatherings. This motion cannot get my support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank you very much, MP Westcott. I now give the floor to MP Marlin. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason this motion will get my support, it clearly states that a decision was taken by the Prime Minister of this country. If one cannot believe the words coming from the Prime Minister, who then should we believe? If a Prime Minister goes on a public statement and say, all political rallies, all political gathering, and election day gathering will be cancelled, will be prohibited, and like we like to use in here, halt. So based on that decision, so are we now, as members of Parliament, when we hear things coming from the Council of Ministers, don't believe them no more? Because when they say something, a week later, not even a week later, a day later, the relevant minister can come in here and say, don't bother with he. I the boss, and I say, nothing goes so. So let me unconfuse the population of St. Martin now, based on what the minister say, and based on what we understand in here, is that there is nothing published as yet. We're waiting on advice. So go ahead, behave, act normal, no fear-mongering, have public meetings with a little precaution, but go ahead, because it's obviously clear that the statements coming from the Prime Minister is totally false. So right here, I just get the notification from my colleagues, and I would like to say, all public meetings cancelled, no polling station gathering allowed by Prime Minister Dr. Luc Mercelina. Again, if the highest body in this country make these kind of statements and they are false, who are we to believe in this country? If we can't believe he, who we must believe? I thank you.
Thank you very much, MP Marlin. I now give the floor to Member of Parliament Gums.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I won't be supporting this motion, but I can understand both sides of the argument regarding public rallies and the like. People have paid bills, they have made arrangements with caterers, etc. So I can understand that. But I also understand election day, which is something that I myself have publicly said. I don't believe that there should be persons around polling stations for many reasons. As I said in a previous version of this meeting, this started for me January when we had that fight outside Belvedere. And while that may not have been politically motivated or whatever, it happened on a day when persons are expected to go and cast their vote in peace. I also made those objections known to the voting bureau after that election. So I won't be supporting the motion, but I just wanted to state that election culture is something that shifts. To the north of us, you're not allowed outside a polling station. There's no such thing as big rallies. So these things shift and they change, like all culture shifts and change. And we have to keep that in mind for future elections as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank you very much, Honourable Member Melissa Gums. I see also MP Duran would like to have the floor. MP, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Minister, for the clarifications based on the interruptions and also the other clarifications, although it's still not clear. One thing I would like to say, it doesn't make sense to go back and forth. It's clear to me what is taking place. You are on a different frequency than your colleague, and I think the general population has noticed that by now. However, I would like to say the idea and the impression, let's just say if I was locked up in a room just listening to the government. I would believe that there's civil war taking place in St. Martin, and when you come outside, you have to run, duck, and hide, as is the case in certain African countries, and even right now in our brothers and sisters in Haiti, with all the different civil war that is taking place there. That is not the case in St. Martin. However, we do have a serious crime issue, and we do need to look at it and take it serious. As I mentioned before in the same meeting, safety first and foremost, by all means. And I respect that because I sat in that same chair, so I know that the main safety of the general population is first and foremost. However, I do not believe in fooling the people, misguiding the people, misinforming the people in order to sell a certain narrative. That is my concern. That has always been my concern. When I was Minister of Justice, through you, Mr. Chairman, I got a lot of heavy criticism because I chose to take the whole route of these same guidelines, a different approach, whereas people were allowed by the polling stations, you didn't have to take on the signs, because that's St. Martin culture. At the end of the day, it's still part of our culture. Has things changed in the meantime? Of course. Do we have to adjust to the times? I agree. But do it in a responsible manner. Don't try to mislead the people in going a certain direction, because you can. And when I say you, I refer to the statements of the Prime Minister, which clearly doesn't have the authority to make these decisions. With that being said, I have to support this motion. I heard one of my colleagues mention that they can't support the motion because the guidelines haven't been published yet. But as my other colleague, Marlon, mentioned, if we have to not take the words of the Prime Minister seriously and do as if these words were not communicated to the public, then I think we have a serious, serious problem in this country, bigger than the violence issue that we have in this country. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman.
I thank you very much, Member of Parliament Duran. I now give the floor to Member of Parliament Atwell Arian. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I look at the considerations of the motion, it mainly states about political. So I heard another MP mention about public and so forth. No, our considerations are referring to political. But in addition to that, if you have been paying attention to this meeting, we would never get an answer. It doesn't take that long to get an MR done. And if we continue, right now we are doing the minister a favor. We are setting the guidelines for him. We are doing him a favor. Since the Council of Ministers cannot decide on the guidelines going forward, and we do not want to continue to be politically basically guided into in a position where we would not get an advantage, because again, the Prime Minister came out in the press briefing and said, no public meetings, they'll all be cancelled. And on top of that, he doubled down on what he said in his radio interview a couple of days later. He didn't say, hey, you know what? I was too eager in my discussions in press briefing. I did not finalize the guidelines. Yes, we are working in the safety of the country, but we are going to get the final guidelines from the minister. No, he doubled down and said all public meetings will be cancelled, which is in total contradiction to what, to you, Mr. Chairman, the Minister of Justice is saying. He is clearly stating there will be guidelines, and he cannot even give a timeline to when these guidelines will be given. Council of Ministers is next week, Tuesday. By that time, we have a week left before elections. So what will be the purpose or intentions of setting a guideline 2 days before elections? Are we going to play a game now of testing safety in the meantime or not? Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned before, we are doing the Minister of Justice a favor and setting the guidelines for him and taking off the pressure from the Council of Ministers off of your back. And I will support this motion.
I thank you very much, Honourable Member Arian. I now give the floor to Member of Parliament Rosberg. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I will not be supporting this motion, as I'm of the opinion that this motion is too premature, seeing that based on what the Minister said through you, Mr. Chair, the guidelines are not in place as yet. They are currently being finalized. And the Minister also mentioned through you, Mr. Chair, that hopefully today he will get the answer and then it can be finalized. So therefore, what's currently on paper of the draft motion is not clear based on what it was, to what conclusion they came based on what paperwork. So therefore, I cannot support the motion because it's very detailed. And it seems that the ones that drafted the motion have more information than the current minister herself. So I'm waiting on the guidelines, and therefore it's too premature, and I will not be supporting it.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member of Parliament Roseberg. I now give the floor to the Honourable Member of Parliament La Cruz. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm somewhat confused again. I just keep getting confused in here because we who support the motion, we only drafted this motion based on the article that we received, and clearer than this it cannot get. On the 24th of July in the Daily Herald, the article is extremely clear, but now I'm kind of confused and wondering if it's true. The slogan, how we go again? In Duck we trust. I think it's in Duck we cannot trust. Okay, that should be the slogan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member of Parliament La Cruz. Member of Parliament, we now go over to the voting of the motion. Oh, yeah. My apologies for that. MP Brug, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also like to motivate my reason for not supporting this motion. As stated before by my colleagues, it is also, I feel it is premature. The minister clearly states that the minister clearly states that he is busy drafting the regulations or what have to be put in place. In addition to that, we started this meeting talking about the public safety. And unfortunately, it turned to be about whether or not should we have public meetings of politics. I think our focus have shifted. Instead of focusing on the public safety and the things that matters for the people, we are focusing on ourselves as parliamentarians, as government officials, as politicians. So I'm glad to hear during the presentation that the zero tolerance is going to be on. I'm glad to hear the information about the scanners, because those are the things that information that I need as a member of parliament to know how I can continue to help you, Minister, when it comes to the public safety. I see the presence of the different forces already. I know that they're making a difference. So I say thank you. I say thank you for that to the men, to the guys in blue and whatever color they're wearing. Thank you for their services to this country at the moment. And I'm going to leave it at that. Mr. Chairman, I will not be supporting this motion for those reasons.
I thank you very much, Honourable Member Brug. I now give the floor to the Honourable Member of Parliament, Omar E.C. Otley.
Thank you. Thank you. I clap because I have learned when people put on a good show, that is what you do. Applaud. That is exactly what this is, a show. Members of Parliament are using the excuse now that the minister says the preliminary stages and he has not gathered information. Members of Parliament came in here last week on the premise of Luke Mercelina stating that the meetings are cancelled. So they knew very well what this motion was about. This is a very, very good scapegoat that they are using. And I say to everyone, like I stated before, and like the good MP Gum stated, all the caterers, all those involved, all the promo girls, all the businesses, everyone involved that makes money during this time, that benefits during this time, the families during this time, the sound people during this time, I want you to see who is against it. Who is against it right here. So don't say about, through you, Mr. Chair, preliminary, and this is far-reaching. We knew, because the sentiment stated last week in a public meeting showed that everyone was on the premise that the Prime Minister's word was law. until the Minister of Justice busts that balloon. And now, everything has changed. So I will be supporting this motion. And I hope everyone that is looking and listening and is depending on the little gigs during this election sees who is for and who is against you. So I should hope that is passed, because the numbers is very tight in here today.
I thank you very much, Member of Parliament Utley. And again, we now go over to the voting of the motion, and I would start with number number 14. No 14? No 14. Number 5. I can call her. You can call her. Number 5, MP Melissa Gums. Number 6, MP Verin Kotai. You have to put him on. For the record.
Against.
MP Atwell Arian.
4.
MP Silveria Jacobs. 4. MP Francisco La Cruz.
4.
MP Kevin Mingret.
4.
MP Clyde Marlin.
4.
MP Omar E.C. Utley.
4.
MP Shamira Roseberg. MP Sarah Westcott Williams.
Against.
MP Richnel Brug.
Against.
MP Edberg Duran.
What's her name? What's her name?
Egbert Duran.
4.
My person, Christopher T. Emmanuel, vote for the motion. In tallying the numbers, we have 8 for and 5 against. With that being said, I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Justice, Mr. Lyndon Constantine Lewis, and his support staff for their presence here today and providing the necessary information. I also take this opportunity with great pleasure thanking the Honorable Top Cop for also being here and gracing his presence here in Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this meeting. I thank you all for your participation, and I hereby close this meeting. Have a good day.